Yo, 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 new week, new stream. Good morning, Cooler SK, and what's up, sorry about that, BCG Performance. How are you both doing today? Okay, so, last stream, the fuck did I do last stream? I fixed some user interface related stuff, and then we modeled a bed and set it up in game. So we have a pretty nice bed now in game. That's good to have, I assume. I'm good, and you? Nice to hear, nice to hear. Same here. So I guess what I want to start today with is implementing the lie down action. But then again, this is not good. So the question is, I could go two directions. I could have a very, very specific action interaction lay down, which makes the character lay down on stuff that allows for the character laying down, so beds, for instance. But the question is, then I probably want to have something like sit as well, I think, and probably want the point I'm trying to make is, are some of these actions similar enough to be just implemented with one action interaction? So if we take, let's see here, implement action system, pick up, consume, equip, collect, converse, general, I would say lay down. Is that how you spell it? Lay down. Sit. What's up, Nameless? How are you doing today? What more very general kind of action interactions do we have? I guess I could, so I thought like opening and closing a door. Let's see here. Close door. Good. Thanks to Christ. Is that what you're saying? Ah, nice to hear. Yeah, I'm good as well. Cooler SK all the tea. Yes, indeed. So what I'm getting at here is, do we have a set of action interactions that are static in a way and very similar to each other, except for, so the difference between lay down and sit basically is the animation that the character plays and where on the object it should happen. So there's really not that much difference between these. And then I wonder, do I have some, because it would be nice to be able to implement them with the same action interaction X, but just utilize it multiple times. Lay down, sit. Press a button. That's one easily. So basically, these two will change. These two will lock the character in question until the action is cancelled, and play an animation. These two are very, very similar, so probably gonna implement them by the same. I wanted to make a share as well today. Implement them by the same action interaction and see if I can make it work with the correct setup. Shauria, what's up? How are you doing today? Sorry for the pronunciation. But what would I call this one? So pickup is represented by action interaction pickup. This one I don't have just yet, I don't think. Collect we don't have, nor converse. Die question mark. Okay. Yeah, so the question is, what do I want to name this one? We actually have a few more. Oh yeah, we have action interaction focus. We have inspect. But that's about it. 5. Does that sound? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Will the character have a house? Yes, that's the plan. Let's see here. Initially, the character will just have a tent, which I'm really looking forward to modeling. So initially, the character will have a small garden and a tent, and the idea is that the garden can become bigger. You can purchase more land way down the line, and you can upgrade your tent to a little cabin, and then you might be able to add a room, maybe even a plane or a floor. But yes, the character will have a home of some sort. What do I want to call this one? Action interaction place or something. General. Sounds nice. Yeah, I think so as well. Use, just maybe just use for right now. Or so action, interaction, use. For very simple interactions. Does that sound weird? Let's do it. Let's do it. But then I wonder if I want to do something like this. Let's see here. Let's pause and do action interactions. Use. Interactable. Use. And jump, pick up. I'm wondering if I want to have use on this one actually. Half-Life 3 confirmed, I wish. What's up, how are you doing today? There might exist, so chairs for instance, I might want to be able to pick up chairs and use them, but I do like the idea. To have like a main interaction button, and that one being button south or 0. This is pretty hard, bro. Maybe I should give up. Give up about what? Explain yourself. Because that programming, that's true, but like, as long as you find it fun, I don't think you should give up, right? Geralt, good morning. How are you doing today? This is the first collision I've noticed. Like, I don't really know how to. So I do like the idea of having a default interaction button. So like when the character is not focusing anything, you have jump on button south. When the character is focusing something, you have the most basic interaction with that object on that button. So for instance, for an object that would be pick up. But then I would also like that when you run in up to a bed, I would like for that button to be pick up as well. Ooh, this is hard. So pickup, maybe pickup shouldn't be on 0, to be honest. Because I want to be able to pick up this bed as well, I think. What's up, Soul Reaver? How are you doing today? But let's do use here for now. So now's if we have something that supports both pickup and use should probably have the higher priority, but I want to support both of them at the same time as well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I'm good, just sat down for breakfast. That sounds amazing. Enjoy that breakfast. 150. Yeah, so this is another thing. Let's see here. Case action type dot use return use. I wonder if I want to make the interactable in question decide this turn, because it's a little bit boring with the character running up to a bed and it's saying click button X to use, and then the character runs up to a chair and you have click X to use. I like when it's more specified, so when you run up to a bed, it instead of use it says lay down or sleep, and when you run up to a chair it doesn't say use, it says sit. But yeah, we will see about that one. So then I think case get inverse description, the default would be unuse, I guess. Unuse. Or just cancel, I don't know. Unuse. Stop using is probably a better term. Unused, does that even exist? Okay. Stop using. But yeah, I think I do want to, so that would be something like, if we go to action, we could do is ready to process or is processing, our dependencies fulfilled, and public string description, and default is type get description. Unused is a weird one in the English language. It definitely is. It definitely is. Would like the inverse description here as well. Fuck it. And then we do type dot description. Ooh, don't we have something like that? Okay, right now I think it's used in button map or something like that. Button map? No. Input to action map. Here we do, yeah, get inverse description, get description. So instead, let's just do bound action dot description or bound action inverse description. Description inverse. So this way, the default is to use the default is to use the description defined by action type. So this one, but all actions and action interactions has the option to override this one, or will have. But I don't know, we'll see about that one. Let's see. Action interaction use. Okay. Probably do want to make this one return a bool in the future as well, but let's see. Because action interaction consume, start processing base, start processing, stop processing. Okay, let's do this. This one disturbs me a little bit. Let's see, interactable. Why cancel interaction always gets added first, although it isn't like that in the base class. Oh, whatever. Handle interaction, cancel interaction. E-Dragon, what's up? How are you doing today? This can probably be done here because we basically always do the same thing here, but yeah, I don't know. Interactable use. Okay, so there's a few things we want from this one. We want a interactable use, field, use transform, I think. All good, creating a web crawler for a project. Nice, interesting. Same here, pretty good. Use transform, is that a good term? Yeah, probably. And I think I want something like field, or actually we don't. Used. Something like this, I think. Or yeah. Oops. Is this everything I want to do? Maybe it is. Use transform used. I suppose so. But yeah, it might not be as easy as this. So the idea was that in action interaction use, this is a pretty general interaction. We have something like public, fuck it, serialized field, private string, animator, interaction, parameter name, something like this. So we add one of this component on the character for sleep, so we set this one to sleep, for instance. And then we add a similar one for sit, where it has animator interaction parameter name, where we set this one to sit, for instance. And then we can use the same component for two different actions. But how, like when we interact with a interactable use, how do we know what type it actually is? Yes, if we have two of these, yeah, might as well go with action interaction sit, action interaction lay down. Although they're gonna be so or I'm gonna have to introduce an additional enum, and yeah. Good morning, Smack My Peach. How are you doing today? Good, just starting the workday. Yeah, pretty much the same here. Giorgio Boros, sorry about the pronunciation. What's up, dev mate? How are you doing today? Yeah, so doing like this, trying to keep action, interaction, use general, might introduce more complications that I would like it to do. Like, all it will do is remove 1 or 2 lines of duplicated code, but other than that, or you could do, actually, let's see here. Fuck, do I want to do it like this? It's very simple, so I might action, interaction, use. I wonder if this makes it more complicated. So we have a action, interaction, use, and we have an interactable use, but we don't have an action type use. So we do sit, sleep. I don't know. Smack My Peach, why do you prefer switches to dictionaries? So you mean you have a static dictionary here? Maybe that's a better. Although I haven't really thought about it. This is just how I've been doing it for quite a while. Like, isn't it simply a trade-off between memory usage and processing time? While it might be a little bit quicker to get a value from a dictionary, it will also occupy some memory. But maybe that's just a minimal part. How long you plan to develop this game? Couple weeks or months? Try years. Smack My Peach, do you have a, like, if you prefer dictionaries, why do you do so? Because I'm open to switching, if you know what I mean. Good morning, Harukanan. How are you doing today? Okay. Sit, sleep, sit. I don't know. Stand up. Sleep, stand up. Okay, so we might as well. I don't know, the functional programmer in me gets triggered when I see switches. I relatable. Although I had one, I don't remember who it was, that had a very nice solution for doing stuff like this. So basically what I'm doing here with this is just I'm binding data to enums, and he came into my stream and shared a link. I have that link saved, but it was a very nice way how to do that in a better way. What's up, Cypher? How are you doing? Dictionaries are lists, so just data, okay, can be filtered and all that goodness. But I don't know, so like I have enums defined here, and I have a function that gets get a description of the enum, and I do it with switches. So if I did it the dictionary way instead, this is probably gonna be solved by some form of spreadsheet in the future, or some like localization spreadsheet. Let's see, so interesting fact on slightly different object type to dictionaries. Did you know that if you initialize a list, then add say 5 items to it, what it does under the covers is allocates enough memory for list T, what item count is int max value. So if I initialize a dynamic list with no size specified at all, and then add 5 items to it, does it really allocate enough memory for having a list of size max value? Nerds love stats. Yes, they do. Yes, I do. Yes, we do, I guess. But let's see here. If I would solve this one with a dictionary solution instead, then it would probably be something like this. Can I do private static const dictionary action type string descriptions is equal to new dictionary action type string, and then we do it like this, and then you go and then you do none, or how do you initialize a dictionary in C# with values? Okay, so like this, and on it goes, right? Let's just do it with one value now for, and then when we do get description, we just do return descriptions type. Right. Dictionary. const might not be the, but let's do public static read only. So doing it with dictionaries would be something like this instead. And so that's nice when you have descriptions where each object has its own unique, but get index, for instance, when we just gonna have 4 values. I mean, I definitely actually, let's do this. Okay, let's keep it with switch cases now. I'm gonna add a to-do list because that's a good question, and we're gonna see what the pros and cons are. And like, I could see the use for it in this and this one probably, but definitely not for this one here. A switch case is probably gonna be the best case because we're only gonna have 4 cases. And this one as well, we're not gonna have that many cases. But let's see, to do... Like, I'm not a big fan of this solution, like this way of pairing information to an enum anyway. So that's why my attribute system relies on scriptable objects instead. But we'll see. Who cares? Memory is cheap. Yeah, it is. That's true. Soul River, yeah, I had to do a deep dive into .NET Core when my work was having performance issues, and I came across that. Okay, so that's insane. Do you have a link or anything like? So how do you want to avoid that? You always want to initialize a list with a set size. Or what's the best way to avoid it? Or never work with lists at all? Okay, so now we have sit and sleep, stand up. Sit, sleep. Sit, sleep. So interactable use can actually be, we have use transform, and then we can have serialize field, private, action type, use type, and then we'll return use type here instead. And now this one is a bit more general and similar with action interaction use, serialize field, private, action type, use type. And then I don't think we need this one. Because I wonder if I just want to do animator jump parameter type to string. Set trigger. Yeah, maybe. I was just looking at it, but it seems like .NET 8 Microsoft have changed that to current list size +1. Okay, yeah. That seems more reasonable. Ooh, let's see here. Is this the implementation for list? Cool. Wow, this is a long class. 220. Yeah, ensure capacity. Yeah, size +1. That's nice. Version. Oh, does it keep track of how many times it has been resized as well? So this one actually keeps track of how many times it has been resized, right? Or? Cool. Okay, so here I want to return use type. That is not ASP. ASP is under a different thing. So what is ASP.NET? I don't even know what that is. You guys sure know a lot about .NET/C#. And then I wonder, yeah, we probably don't need this one anymore. But instead we do something very similar to jump. Where do we have you? Action jump. I want something like this, and we're gonna do that. Okay, so probably gonna do this one. So private int use animator use parameter. Like this. I was a coder at Lunarstorm back in the day. Wow, that's like the coolest thing I've heard this week. Wow, I remember Lunarstorm. I was just a kid back then, though. There was no open source.net back then. But wow, respect. Big respect. Yes, and then when we start processing, we're gonna do this, but the question is set trigger. Wow, yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I wonder if I just want to use the same trigger here. Just back and forth, I don't know. Oh, whoa, 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 never mind. Now I'm in the wrong class. But start processing, handle interaction. Yeah, we want to get an animator in here as well. Probably just gonna do stop processing. I'm gonna try and see if I can use the same parameter here. Yeah. We're gonna do some additional stuff here. So when we use a bed or a chair or whatever, we want to lock the character movement. Right now the movement is not implemented as an action. I haven't really decided of how to do that just yet. And it's named player movement right now. Probably going to be changed to entity movement later down the road. Fuck, do I want to change it to an action now? Because the good thing, let's see. What's up, Chicks Party? How are you doing today? It goes. Currently in the process of trying to implement so a simple use interaction, basically. Sleep on the bed or sit on a chair. So probably gonna model a quick chair later on as well. Don't you have like a generic interaction system? Yeah, I do, but like the endpoints of this generic interaction system still needs to be specific. Like when the actual final interaction happens. But up to that point it's okay. So for instance, when we interact with a bed, we want to play certain animations and we want to place the character at certain spots and stuff like that. Okay, for now I do like inheritance. But so like the bulk the bulk of the interaction system is a state machine, and so this one decides when and where certain interaction or actions can happen. But finally at the end, when we have one interactor and one interactable, then we're going to go down to the specifics. And that's what we're doing right now. So when I want to extend my game, when I want to allow for an additional action, I have to define let's say I want to allow for a new interaction. Then I define a new action interaction, or like a new action type, enum, and then I define a new action interaction and a new interactable. And that are the two end nodes that we talk to each other. This is not multiplayer, right? No, not initially at least. We will see what happens. Okay, I'm just gonna keep play movement like this for now. Would probably like to transform it into an action later on, because it will better fit with the full picture. So if I do action interaction use right now, we're gonna need animator player movement, and like I said, this one will be changed to entity movement later on. Or actually, let me check player movement. Entity RB animator. We actually have a reference to entity here. Is grounded. People tell me to avoid inheritance. I don't know about that. Single responsibility is nice. So I wonder if I want to do entity. Okay, animate entity. Ground check related. Public. Bool. Locked. Or immobile. Does it exist a better word than immobile for this? immovable. This might actually be the good enough word. People tell me to avoid inheritance, so I've been trying to explore composition mode. Do you have an example of using interfaces? One sec. I don't know if I'm currently... I think I have some interfaces in use right here, but let's see. Oh yeah, I have. So I have one interface related to my attributes. So I don't have any good examples of interfaces like write-ups or anything like that on the internet. Not anything I can link right now, at least. But in my game so far, I use interfaces on some places. But the most noticeable, I would say, is with attributes, and it's basically this one. And that's because my attribute system is defined in such a way that each component that uses attributes in some way defines its own attributes. Like, or how should I say this? Yeah, each component that uses attributes in any way, maybe like defines them or affects them, needs to implement the interface I_attribute_user, and that's because attribute handler, which it exists one of on every component that or on every game object that has any attributes, needs to know about those. Maybe not the best example. I assume you like inheritance because don't repeat yourself. Probably has a little to do with it, but it's also like I learned programming. Like I started learning programming keeping in mind the object-oriented. I learned programming through the object-oriented mindset. Whoa, one sec, I just got... Yeah, a better example like of using interfaces that I'm currently using is related to like just showing information for different components. So every component that I want to display information for in the game world needs to implement a interface that is information provider, and right now it's as simple as this. Well, to be honest, most of the time I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay, so public bool immobile. I want something like this because I want to do what do I want to call it? Lock or Enable movement. Oops. I want a simple way to lock this entity. So animate entity. I mean, I think inheritance and composition both has their place. Definitely. I just don't know if I'm the right person to answer when that is. I don't really have a strong opinion about it. Danny Sasso, having a hard time wrapping my head around it. From your experience, what's the difference between a handler, a manager, and a controller in game programming? Oof. That's a hard question as well. Sounds like all the same, in my opinion. Let's see here. I don't really know about that as well. I guess everybody has their own opinion, but something like a manager for me handles multiple instances of a type. So a manager is something you use for when you want to manage multiple instances of type X. A controller is usually something I relate to some form of master controller, singleton type of thing, like game controller or sound controller or whatnot. Yeah. Chex Party, they all mean nothing. Yeah, maybe. Senor Lapardos, what's up? How are you doing today? Manager is usually singleton. Yeah, that one I can get behind. I think the difference between them is usage intent. Yeah, so it's a good question. So many good questions. Game manager, that sounds like something I would implement, or I would define. Player movement, if fixed update, if entity dot immobile return. Although probably want to do so I wonder if I want to do disable or dot. Like, the character might be running and then using a chair, which means that the rigid body might still have forces applied to it. Or not applied to it, but it might still do physics calculations with forces previously applied to it. So I would like to set that to 0 here as well. This is nitpicky, but do you ever use is prefix for bools? Yeah, I do. I might not be too consistent when it gets to stuff like that. It's more like when I do properties like this. So if I would do public bool is immobile, Like when I do stuff like this, that's when I use prefix like is. If it's just variables, usually not. But that is also true. I might want to be a bit more consistent. Okay, so let's see. Unity rigid body API. Do we have like reset all force or something? Okay. I guess I could set this one directly, but I don't think that's the preferable way to do it. I'm just trying to set the velocity of my object to 0. Pretty much reset all force applied to it. Could probably do... yeah, maybe set it to kinematic. That's what I was thinking as well. And that's what I do with... when we pick something up, when we pick up an item. I just wonder... okay, so if we have the following scenario. The character runs up to the bed and clicks sleep. So the character gets positioned on the bed. The rigid body is set to kinematic. When we go back then, so when we stop laying in bed, do we have some leftover velocity there? So when we set it to kinematic again, or non-kinematic, do we have the leftover velocity from before we went to the bed? I don't know. But yeah, right now setting it to kinematic might be the better option. Henrik XSS, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So let's just do rb dot is kinematic equals to true. But then again, I might not want to do that here. Entity immobile return, we might want to do that somewhere else. So action interaction use, animator set trigger animator use parameter, and then we do entity. Don't we have a reference to entity here yet? No, we don't. No. We animate entity. Entity dot I think we have something in animate entity for this one. Or is it actually in... Enable physics might be the correct one. Yeah, we're gonna do entity enable physics false, and entity set, the fuck did I call it? Animate entity enable movement false. Fun fact, you don't need GameObject get component, just get component. Yeah, that is true, but I do love to be explicit. For some reason, I just like things to be extremely explicit. That's why I never use, like, what is it? Is it auto in C#? No, is it var? Yeah, I think it is. So I like to be very explicit with the types as well. So I know that you can do, I could probably do entity is equal to, so animate entity. Could do it like this. Not a big fan. If you do GameObject with a capital G, you're referencing static methods. So don't think they have a static. Yeah, here they instead they have find GameObject with tag. So when you do it like this, you do get component animate entity on this specific instance, and this is more like on the GameObject definition. Static typing. Enable physics, enable movement. That's also why I do, like, in some places I use base very explicit as well. So here it's needed, here it's needed. For all of these it's needed, but sometimes I do... don't I have a example of this? Maybe I don't. Probably in playable entity. Or, yeah, here. Here I use base.actions.values, but I could just go and do actions.values because the base class defines actions and it's non-virtual. So yeah, base refers to the base class. So for instance, playable entity is a subclass of animate entity, so it is an animate entity, but it has some additional functionality as well. And animate entity is actually a subclass of entity. Yeah. Yeah, Soul River put it very nicely. Okay, so enable physics, false. Enable movement, false. Then we want to set the position of this entity as well. And base cannot be implicit though, right? You have to use it, I believe. It depends. So, like I said, here it can be done implicit because actions in base, this one, like animate entity defines actions. It's not virtual, so any subclass cannot override this one, i.e. this one is only defined here. So that means that a subclass can call it like this, because like it doesn't have any actions of itself. So it's pretty straightforward. It's implicit. But I do like to be explicit. Okay. So also what I want to use in what I want to do in start processing here. So when we start to use some object, and right now only a chair or a bed, then I want to, like, the bed or the chair is going to define a use transform. I think it already does actually. Interactable use, yeah, use transform. And what I want to do is the one doing the action. I want to take its entity, I want to take its center point, and I want to position it on that transform. So it's pretty much just connecting two sockets. But we have to be careful because we're working with an entity, a physics controlled entity, although we set it to kinematic here, so it should be okay to just change the position. But I wonder if I want to do reset transform to initial. I probably want to do something like this. I think I want a function like this. Let's see, public void set, or actually align with transform. Align with transform. Transform align transform, or alignment transform. Okay, something like this. Align with transform. Bool store current transform. Something like this. So I want to do if store current transform is true, then I think I want to. So like when we go towards a bed and we click. Right now, at least, I'm gonna do it like this. So we move towards the bed, we click sleep, so then the character instantly lays down on the bed. When we want to cancel the lay down, we click the button, and then I want to revert to the exact transform we had, or the character had previously to laying in the bed. That's how we're gonna do it now. I wonder if I want to do it with. So like together with the cell shade style with outlines I'm having in my game, doing something instantly like that, like a character going towards a chair and just instantly sitting down, not playing a stand to sit animation, might be a little bit charming. And the biggest point, removes a lot of extra work. So, like, doing a stand to sit animation might not be like, I can do that pretty quickly, but when you add the different variations of chairs and the different orientations of the character, and you're probably gonna have to introduce inverse kinematics, and that just takes something simple as making the character sit on a chair, making it extremely hard. And then I have not even started talking about like variations on the character and such. So might just go with the instant transform change in the end as well. I mean, it's charming, right? Yay up 13, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So align with transform, store current transform as well. What we're going to do here is store current transform. We're going to take initial local position is equal to local position. Do I want a function like this? Fuck yeah, I do. Private void store current transform. Store current transform. Yeah. And initial. So it was previously called initial because we stored it in awake and nowhere else. So I wonder if I want to call it previous state, previous saved state local position. But then again, why just not keep it like a transform, to be honest? If I do transform p is equal to game object dot transform, does this just create a reference to the transform, or does it actually create a new one? Like, is this, do we get a hard copy or just a soft copy, or whatever you call it? Let's see. Keep it separate. Keep it simple for now. Yeah, definitely. Transform, what is this? Is this one a... It's an object, right? Copy, Unity hard copy transform. Reference, okay, nice to know. Yeah, so this one changes. Yeah. A transform is a component. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I should have known this. I should have known this. And then we're gonna... Oh, fuck it. So maybe this is the best way to do it. So let's rename this one. Previous state local position. Previous state local rotation. Previous state local scale. Saved position. Might be actually saved local position. Fuck, that's probably a saved local position. Let's do it. That's a better name, I think. Okay, so then we do this, and we do it saved, yeah. Reset transform to saved state. Store save current transform. Maybe I want to clean this up later down the road. Like, do I want to create a struct which has position, rotation, and scale? Can also be used for saving and storing data later on. But okay, save current transform. We're just gonna do this. We take this one, put it here, and then we call this one here. Okay, so align with transform if save current transform. Then we do save current transform, and then we continue with align with transform. Okay, let's see. Align with current transform. I guess I probably just want to do dot local scale. A little bit worried about that one, but whatever. Okay, so something like this, and then we do so entity dot align with transform interactable use dot use transform, and save current. Do want a default value of false there, but in this case true. Set trigger this, and entity dot reset transform to saved state, entity dot enable movement true, entity enable physics true. Yeah, like for a minute I was imagining local scale, like align with transform local scale. Will there ever exist a scenario where I want to scale the entity using something? I don't know, better keep that door open, you know? If your alignment transform accidentally has a modified scale, you might screw yourself. Yeah, that might very well happen. We'll see. So, bed. Add interactable use, and I'm gonna use type. Can I limit which one I show here? Probably, but yeah, we're gonna keep them all. Sleep, use transform. Create empty. This one is probably gonna be the pillow is gonna screw up so many things here, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's try with it here. Easy, interactable use type, use transform. Did you have to do wizardry to make? No wizardry. needed. It's just enum. Okay, so now this one is usable like that. So let's add, so now this object can be used. And then I want to make my character be able to use it. Here we go again. This attribute handler here, I don't know why it appears. It shouldn't even be possible. So I have this problem where my character prefab ooh, is it? Attribute handler. Is it actually because of this one? It shouldn't be. But I want to move this one up. Could have been some mismatch with the prefab in question. Hopefully it's fixed now. Okay, so my character, I want him to be able to use the bed as well, so then we need to do action, interaction, use, we're gonna do use type, sleep, dependencies. So we will only be able to do this if our focus is in state processing, and it's the provider, and it does not interrupt processing. That should although okay, so here I might need to extend this a tiny bit. We will see. So I'm wondering what will happen if I go to the bed, I focus the bed, I start sleeping, I unfocus the bed. We're still going to be sleeping, but will I have the option to stand up? I don't know, we will see. Dependencies is like a list of requirements. Yeah, dependencies are just references to other actions. So, like, the list of dependencies need to all be true for this action to be available. Mostly I've only used it right now, like most of these actions depend on focus. Okay, so let's take, we have action focus, action pickup, action consume. So action focus doesn't have any dependencies, so you will be able to focus anything basically. But action pickup has focus as a dependency. You will only be able to pick up an object that is being focused. And action consume for the character has action pickup as a dependency. It will only be able to consume something that is picked up. And so, like, allowing for this, so the inheritance and the current implementation is done this way to allow for this kind of state machine basically. So actions will be notified when the actions they depend on change state and stuff like that. I think it's a very nice solution, but we'll see. Okay, so let's see. I think this is the only setup I need to do. Probably not then, I suppose. Or interaction use, debug. Okay, it's available right now. It doesn't change state. Can we oh, I know why. It's because this bed is not focusable right now. So let me just see. Entity focus. So every entity is focusable. So yeah, let's fix that. I'm just gonna add an entity to it because it is an entity. It's not an animate entity, but still. Okay, first of all, let's do this. Bed, apply all, open, entity. What? Okay. Attribute handler. Do I want all my entities to have attribute handlers? Probably not. So that's a miscalculation of me, but let's see. Let's see. What if you have an interactable component and just have it fire off a public event and then create your different use, sleep, consume scripts that function when the interactable component event is broadcasted? Then you wouldn't need to worry about the long list of enums. I'm not sure I'm following. Let's see. What if you have an interactable component and just have it fire off a public event? That function when the interactable component event is broadcasted. The enums are pretty much just there to define the actions, to define them. Do you have a big switch statement testing each enum? Not in the interaction system. But we do have is ready to process in action interaction, which checks if entity supports action type. So we have a simple comparison. It'd be nice to encapsulate each different interactable type into its own class to just listen for the moment you click on it. Yeah, that's like, now you're being very specific. This interaction system or this action system is actually not only bound by the player. So the creatures and their AI will use this interaction system as well. So and each interaction is extremely specific. So for instance, like sitting on a chair or sleeping on a bed, those are like the most basic versions of interactions. But if we take consume, for instance, then you're gonna have like the interaction consume is gonna involve so many parameters, because you're gonna have to have some communication between the consumer and the consumable. So let's take an apple, for instance. The apple will say, like the consumer will tell the apple, I'm starting to consume you, I will consume you at this pace, and the apple needs to alter its visibility based on that. But the consumer also needs to get stat change from the apple, and so on and so on. You're gonna have specific animations being played on the consumer, you're gonna have specific animations being played on the consumable. There's just like This interaction system packs it all up into a state machine and tries to keep it general enough until the interaction itself is actually about to be triggered. That's the idea. Now I can focus it, but only... Okay. I get it. And yeah, here the text is pretty hard to read. Show info, bed simple 8180. I wouldn't say that the state machine is based on enums, it's based on action components. A finite state machine, I have no idea. I'm sorry. Finite state machine, is that just a state machine with finite set of states? I'm just guessing here. Yeah. A state machine consists of a finite number of states, yes, and therefore also called finite state machine. So just the same, two different words for the same thing. So like, what it all comes down to is I need to specify my actions in some way, and I've done that by enums. Okay, so I can hover above this one and I get the option show info, and I get the option sleep. I'm gonna have to change this text to black, by the way. I can't hover here because then we have a mattress in the way which has its own rigid body, so that sucks. So I can only do it here. Probably gonna change the layer mask for the mouse pointer right now, but whatever. So if I press Q right now, the player should be located on the use transform right about here, and I won't be able to move the player, and some few other stuff. Let's see. That's not entirely correct. So it seems like we get 010. Yeah, okay, I know why. It's because align width, we do local position here. That's not good. Probably just want to do position actually. Sorry about that, by the way. So then it's lossy scale here, right? Okay, maybe local scale, but I can change the lossy scale, I think. Okay, let's see. Sleep. Okay, beautiful. We don't play any animation as of yet, but I can't move the character anymore. He has moved to this one. We have Q stand up. Ooh, and actually, if I unfocus this one, we still have Q stand up. Although... Okay, beautiful. This works. And then we're back here. Ah, nice. Yeah, gonna have to work on the camera movement a bit, but whatever. This works. Let's see if we can get the correct animation to play as well. We're gonna go any state. Trigger. Sleep, and I want to do fuck, this is gonna suck. Is your player movement controller kinematic by default? No. The player movement is done by physics. So I thought I could go any state to the sleep animation and then back with the same trigger, but that's not gonna work. So instead we're gonna do this is not gonna be a trigger. This is going to be a can I change this one? Okay, so what is set is set. Bool, sleep. So we're gonna do any state. Any state from where sleep is true. I don't even. Zoop. Fixed duration, yeah, whatever, 0. We're just instantly gonna do it basically. Interruption source none for now, and then we can do a make transition. Transition is gonna be 0 as well. Boop. Yeah, that's about it. But okay, here list move speed. Sleep is false. So in action interaction use we do set trigger, but we want to do set bool instead. Oh yeah, and true. Something like that. Do you have a tween library or maybe coroutine way to move him towards the bed over time? No. I don't have anything like that in place for now, so it's going to be instantly. And if I would implement something similar in the future, or something to smooth the transition from idle to laying in bed, it would involve custom animations and stuff like that. Okay, so 2 things. I think I need to do this one, I think we need to do 90 degrees like that. Let's see. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yes, he is. Okay. And I mean, the setup is extremely easy to like extend with additional interactions and just get them up and running real quick. Although, do use transform probably want to move this one 0.1, 0.2 maybe. Okay, worked better than expected with the pillow, although pretty cool actually. But okay, 0.2. Let's do it. Let's try it without the pillow. But I'm gonna try and remove the pillow. And then of course we have pretty nice, pretty nice. Hand pillow indeed. And we can also do it. This is probably gonna look a little bit weirder. Let's see. Yeah, now we fucked. But I don't think I even need to care about this actually, because as I said, like having the mattress and the bed itself as two different objects with different physics, that's just for fun right now. In game, I don't think. In game, you won't be able to run around like this with this bed. You might be able to pick it up though, but yeah, I don't know if. Yeah, we have some weird physics going on here. But yeah, okay, this is nice. This is nice. If has mattress return, yeah, probably gonna do something like that. If not sleepable, like if missing mattress, return. having the mattress as the object to sleep on could work as well. Yes, that's probably a better solution. That's good. That is definitely the better solution. Jesus, why didn't I think of that? Because that is actually the object you sleep on. You don't sleep on this. Okay, let's see if we get any problems with that. Oh no! Now I'm screwing it up. It's not bed inside; it's the mattress. Yeah. Jesus. Attribute, handler, entity, and this one. There we go. I was a little bit too stressed there. That should be correct, right? I got a little bit scared when it didn't work on the first try. One thing that bothers me, does it actually break? Oh, yeah. Now it should work. Sleep. Now we sleep on the mattress and not on the bed frame. So let's go ahead and do this. Come on. Yes. And now we can do... Ooh, there's gonna be one exception though. Let's see. If this one flips 180 degrees, we're gonna be sleeping on the bottom of it. Yeah, like we are not... Oh, yeah. Okay, the sleep point is still attached to the bed. So that's one thing we need to fix. And if the mattress is flipped 180 degrees, we're gonna be sleeping under it. Exactly like is happening on this bed right here. Just a feature, yes indeed. Checks party, what if you want a custom sized trigger collider for your interaction clickable area? Like not the whole mattress, but just in the middle area of it. Then I just yeah, good question. So right now that's not possible. So the interactable uses the rigid body on the interactable. So let's see. This use point here, we want to move this one to the mattress. Like this. And that should hopefully be it. Hide mechanic indeed. Should probably be a quicker way to do this than having to run up here and flip the bed, but it's actually quite fun, so why not? Come on. I wonder what happens in this case. Okay. Make the bed simulator, yeah. Just gonna have to add a cover then with cloth physics on it. This looks pretty cool. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, we don't even follow this one. That's like no. Okay, but now we have the problem when this one is upside down. Or the character is located upside down. But yeah, that's just sleep in the air indeed. Be a nice touch if you go to sleep and then you spawn the blanket up in the air and then it falls down onto the character. That would be very cool. I agree. But having the bed static, it wouldn't matter though. Yeah, exactly. So I don't care too much about this right now. But yeah, sleeping on the mattress instead of the bed, that's definitely the correct decision. Cloth is I've done some and have both enjoyed it and been annoyed by it, but yeah. This I don't like, so like we get one frame of the character still lying here. That's something I want to know why, and can I fix it? Okay. Or I wonder, so right now we go to the previous saved state. Like a sleepable might also define a... So you have an entry point and you have an exit point. So when we exit the bed, we might set the character to be, I don't know, standing like this or something. I don't know. Yeah. Changing the, like removing the exit time seems to have fixed it. Character energy should go up here. Ooh. The collider of the character doesn't really change. So I think how I want to do this in... How I think I want to do this is... fuck. either change the sleep animation as if it's lying down and we just rotate the whole character, or I rotate this one. I don't know how I want to fix it just yet. Is closing his eyes difficult? Shouldn't be, but if I'm going to be honest with you, the character doesn't have eyelids at the moment. But somewhere in the future I'm probably going to add eyelids together with the interior of the mouth, and then we are going to implement a whole lot of blend shapes which will make it possible to animate the face. But right now he's gonna be one of those that sleeps with the eyes open, you know. But yeah, I think the easiest way here would be to make the sleep animation like standing up basically, and then we just rotate the whole character, which means that the collider will rotate with it. Okay, do I want to create a just as depressing design as this one, but a chair? I think I do. But I don't have a sit animation right now, I don't think. It's gonna be a very short chair, isn't it? What kind of animations do I have right now? Okay, yeah, let's model a chair. Let's create a sit animation. So instant. And then let's implement the sit action in game. Should be able to do that today. Tekem88, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Wonder how big the chair will be though. Let's see here. Okay, I'm actually gonna do this. Let's see, open model character main, allow execution, rig character base. This one isn't rigged or anything, right? Okay, let's copy this one. Yeah, why did I model my bed like this? That's weird. Okay. Character reference. Model. And let's just do oops. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Just rotation. Okay. So chair. Let's see. So the chair would only be up to about here, right? Or, you know, making the chair a little bit higher up so that the character doesn't touch the feet on the ground. That's cute and all. Just curious, are you trying to record, produce your own audio effects and music as well? Yeah, that would be amazing. Haven't really decided there just yet. Feels like I'm at least a year away from that point, I think. But like audio effects and especially music is probably what I have the least experience with when it comes to the game development stack, if you want to reference it like that, or if you want to use that term. Ooh, nice to hear, checks. Yeah, I might follow up on that. I might definitely follow up on that. Okay, so let's see here. Furniture, let's add a plane and do it about... around here, maybe. I have to reference my own chair. Like, where do... Okay, the chairs are generally pretty low. I didn't think about it. So might as well just do... here, maybe. Should be about knee height. Maybe not. Let's do it exactly at knee height. And bed frame looks a little bit like this. Let's do something of similar design. So maybe E 0.04. Is that too thick? That seems about right for a chair. So 0.04. Then let's move it downwards 0.02. So right in the middle of the knees again. And let's scale it a bit. Our chairs usually like a straight square, like a square like this. Maybe the cheap ones, I don't know. 0.04, is that a little bit too thin actually? Tan44, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. S0 1.2, 1.5. Is that too thick? That's definitely too thick. S0's 1.2. Armchairs usually. Okay, now I don't know what the exact. Now we have a weird value here, I think. Actually, maybe not that weird. $32,329. 0.48, is that the correct one? 0.48. Yeah, 0.048. 0.048. I just want to keep that. I just want to note that. Actually, yeah. 0.048. Audio and music has to be the hardest part. I always slack on that area, and it's noticeable. Same here. Okay. So the question, do I want my legs to go to start a little bit from the inside or not? Probably do. I wonder if I want to do something like this actually. Let's remove this bed for now. 0.048. That's a bit too. 0.01. 0.02. I studied classic and jazz my whole life. I've only been doing unit stuff for 3 years since COVID. Oh, damn, nice. I love both classic and jazz. But I'm like more into the new ones with a little bit more electric influence, if you know what I mean. But damn, respect. Jazz is fucking amazing. I've never been to a live concert, jazz, but would love to. Okay, how do I want to design this one? Fuck it, let's do this. Is this too thin of a leg? Oops. Probably one of the ugliest chairs I've ever seen so far. Went to see Tool live and it was amazing. Oh, nice. So I've heard. A programming language called Rockstar. Interesting. I did used to play the guitar, but it's been a long time since. Okay. I wonder if... Is this too thin? Super 48. Oh. So I want to do object set origin. Okay, let's do cursor to world origin object. There we go. The fuck? One sec. I just need to check a reference real quick. Fucking chairs, you know. Okay, so it's probably a bit longer in the Y direction, right? But actually, fuck it, let's start with a stool. Is that the correct term? Because then it's pretty much done. Wonder if I want to add... This looks pretty good. Let's clean it up a tiny bit. Sit height should be at knee height, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, let's keep it like this. And then I love the chair or these stools, whatever. What is the correct word for this? Let's see. Stool, footstool, stool. Okay. I like when they have like a hole in the middle, like a handle, pretty much. So probably gonna add that real quick. But now I have a problem. I wonder if I can do... let's do it like this. Is this one too big? Tiny bit too big, I think. Okay. Just put your hand into it and grab it kind of way. And I wonder if I want to do three. Modding Minecraft, what's up? This is a stool. You probably want to make it about as wide as 1.5 leg width. Leg of the stool. So this one should be as wide as 1.5 times one of the legs. Ignore me. Now I wonder if I want to make this a little bit bigger. Beautiful. Maybe. Do I want to do... But then we're not gonna get any outlines there. Or are we? 90 divided by 2? Depends, I guess. And maybe we are. Let's see. Looks way better, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's do... Maybe it's better to just... It doesn't really matter that much, however, this one is unwrapped, but I do like to avoid overlapping UVs, like this one. What the fuck? It's not overlapping. Ah, okay. Okay, so this is nice, I think. Or like, it works. Guess we could do... let's go the same direction. Just make it a little bit better. Yeah, but like, it doesn't matter because in the end I'm just gonna do this. For now. Don't think I want to do... Or actually, I do want to do some vertex paint. I'm worried about like the top one here and this one. Not like, if we look at this object from this direction, we're not gonna get an outline here because this one has the same normal and this as this one. They have the same, pretty much the same depth as well. So let's do... Oops. Not that one. But this, I think. Okay, I think that should be it when it comes to the stool. So let's add it to the scene and then see if I have the time to do a quick sit animation. Probably. dimensions do we have? X, Y, 0.5 maybe. So 50 centimeters times 50 centimeters. That's good. Stool, 50 times 50, 0.1. Simple. No, I don't think I want to add that. But let's add 0.1. Model items. Oh yeah, that's not a good name. Stool 50x50 01 model. What do I want to call it? Yeah, model. Okay, how does we get weak outlines there. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. There we go. Did you use shader graph or the actual shader language for the cell shader, or actually the answer is the same for both, I think. So first I did the cell shader and the outlines in shader graph, but then I wanted some additional functionality that is not available in shader graph right now, so I had to re-implement them in HLSL. Okay, looks pretty good. Stool. $20 kilograms for a bed. That's a little bit. That's not that much, right? Oh, let's go. Rigid body. 5 kilograms maybe. use gravity, non-kinematic, continuous, interpolate. And then we're gonna have to add some nice colliders to this one. So I want to order them a little bit, or I want them ordered a tiny bit. So let's create colliders, and then top. Okay, we saw some. Oops. So about here should be center. Oh, what was it? Almost 0.5, but or is it actually 0.5? 0.040. 48.5 seems about right. Not really. Do I even care about making... Do I make this whole, like... Do I even need to utilize compound colliders here? Probably not, but... Let's do it. Okay, so this wasn't the center of it. That's pretty weird. What did I miss? I took this one and this one. I took this one as well. Maybe something like that, and then we just do one for each leg as well. So collider bottom right leg. So bottom right, that should be minus 0.1 and right 0.1, right? Okay, so what is the actual location of these? Wow, that's not a good value at all. But about here. And then of course in the Z direction, 0. Like that. .048. 3.048. And the length of them going from 0 to okay, that is nice. Add component entity attribute handler. I'm a little bit worried about that one, but whatever for now. Entities. I don't. Entities might want a attribute handler because they might weigh something, for instance. So yeah. Okay. We can focus it right now. Can I pick it up? Oh, nice. Actually, can I pick up the mattress then as well? I cannot. Interactable pickup. But there should be an interactable here. Okay, so no interactable pickup gets added to the bed, but it does get added to the stool. That's pretty weird. Entity. It should be added. It does get added. Why can't I pick up the mattress? Oh, yeah. I know. Because pickup is the same as sleep. So I can actually pick it up. It is added. Thank you. Yeah, it's just that. So pickup and sleep or use utilizes the same socket. That's why we only see sleep. Same input socket, I would say. And now I see that the hole in the middle is too big, I think. Okay. Let's see if we can use this one. Pickup and maybe I'm gonna have to rethink pickup actually. Or pickup might be one of those. We'll see. Because you're definitely going to be able to use something and pick it up. What's up, Love? How are you doing today? Late entrance today. Bed looks nice. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. But what about the stool? And we can actually currently use the bed as well. That's pretty nice. Bed animation looks great. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'm gonna continue by creating a quick sit animation. So it's gonna be static. With the sleep animation is static as well right now. You can't see him breathing in and out. Might want to fix that in the future actually. But I'm gonna fix a quick static sit animation as well, or sit pose, and then we can get that to work as well. But before I do that, I need to run AFK real quick, so be right back around 5 minutes. Nice pose to have behind the be right back. Okay, backstory about that. Let's see. Okay, it's been a while since I did some animations, or a while. So let's see. And I'm gonna bring this object into my animation file just to use it as a reference. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Let's do. Stool reference. Yeah, okay, here we have a lot. So let's see, dope sheet, T-pose. Yeah, let's start with this one, I guess. Relaxed laying. Whatever. What's up, Dark Summon? How are you doing today? Character main pose, T-pose. Character main pose, sit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put let's see. Yeah, he's gonna have his feet. Did I miscalculate something? Jesus. Ah, well, I think this will look good. Good, nice to hear. How's the sickness? Fully fresh, so to speak. Yeah, it's Monday, but I'm feeling pretty good. I've gotten some nice work done today. Okay, let's take this and move it a tiny bit. In fact, this stool didn't feel that big. Does the character actually gonna need to float with the feet on this one? Maybe. The fuck? Oh well. It might make sense for him to sit more on the edge. Probably. But that's it. when I do the... So currently I'm just doing a pose, but you might have him swinging with his feet, you know, in the final sit animation. Back and forth. Hands on knees. That's pretty cute. So. Ooh. Does my proportion not support that? Maybe. That's not good. Or I'm gonna have to work around that. Ooh, don't know about that one. Ooh. Not a big fan of this bending down here. I'm gonna have to see how that looks in game. Looks like shit in Blender though. An okay start, I suppose. Might want to do... Okay, so right now the hands and arms are mirrored. The feet are not. That's good. Probably want to add some small alteration to this one. But we'll see. add? Maybe. Maybe just make this one a bit more, placed a bit more like this, you know? Heard you said having fun under development a few times and started having that mindset as well and helped a lot. Nice to hear. Sometimes you... I just think that the probability that the end product will be more fun, like if you have fun during development, the end product will have a bigger chance of being fun, you know, but who knows. And makes it less likely for you to burn out as well. This one is a little bit weird. Let's go with some extra rotation on that one. Okay, so there's a tiny... Did I just screw up? Thank you. Ooh. So there's a tiny variation between the hands. Maybe not enough, but whatever. Just my... What's up, the festival, by the way? Just like mama's bread, baked with love. Definitely. Made with love. It's a privilege to be able to do this stuff. Definitely. I mean, come on. Looks a bit too unrelaxed on this one. Maybe the better way to do it would be... Yeah, what the fuck, this doesn't look good at all. Why is he... Doesn't look relaxing at all for this one. So maybe a better option would be to... I don't know. Keep this one around here instead. Maybe. Does it look weird if we go... Just put it up a tiny bit like that? Probably want to rotate this one by, what is it, Y? happening here? Ooh, that's some very weird bend. I want to avoid that. That's true. The outline shader is gonna help this look a little bit better as well. Maybe. That model is going to haunt my dreams. Yeah. I get what you mean. Oops. Oh well, it doesn't have to be perfect. Do we want a small... fuck it, I don't know. And then we have this weird bending going on here, but maybe a tiny bit. A good start, I think. Can polish it down the road when we make it into an actual animation and not just a pose. What I'm a little bit scared about now, though, is the export. Let's see if I remember the flow for it. Say, okay, so I got my own. I got the animation here. Okay. So let's do the pose. Let's hide this one, or let's delete this one. Armature, I need to name it armature. Okay, good to know. So this rig here, I mentioned it in my video, this is a control rig. So this is not the actual game rig, because this one has like 200 too many bones for a game rig. So I need to generate the game rig, and that I do with an add-on I wrote myself, which hopefully works with this version of Blender. So let's take a look. Preferences. Let's see if I can find it. Rig. Game. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Hopefully it works. Generate game rig. Let's see if we get a crash here. Just gonna save first. We do have the pose set. Fuck. Property not found. Did I forget to do something important? Maybe, let's see. Okay, this sucks. Pose object has no attribute bone groups. Have they changed something? Let's see, Blender. Pose object has no attribute bone groups. Fuck me. That's another task to my to-do list. Okay, so unfortunately I won't be able to get my sit animation on into Unity today. That's unfortunate. Well, actually, let's take a look. Maybe it's not such a hard fix to do. So it's only this one, right? Pose object has no attribute bone groups. Okay, let's open this one up and let's see how it looks. And just before I open this one up, I'm sorry about the code you're about to see. But it's the best I could produce. Okay, so this is a self-made add-on for converting a control rig to a Unity-ready game rig, basically. And all it does is save some bones, remove some bones, relink some bones, copy some animations, bake the animations, and whatnot. Okay, so this is 4.330. Let's start by changing this one then, I suppose. Okay, so pose object has no attribute bone group. Do we have a line? Line 80. Ooh, is it multiple? Line 155 goes to game rig, self create game rig, yes, and then we jump to in create game rig line 85. 4 bone groups in game rig object pose bone groups. Remove armature bone groups. Game rig object pose bone groups remove. Okay, let's see. Bone collections with which replaces bone groups. The add-on needs okay, bone collections instead of bone groups. So let's see here. Blender Python bone pose 4.0.3 bone groups. We don't have bone groups anymore, but something collection then, I suppose. Never mind. Or is it just bones? Bone groups. Let me see. Let's open this one up. Can I get the old Blender 3.3 Python API? Okay, this is pretty good enough. Is it this one? Pose BPA struct. Nice. This is 3.6. This is 4.3. Here we have bone groups. Groups of the bones. Groups of the bones. We still have. So this one is just plainly removed. Do we have collection on something or whatever? Okay, so let's see. Groups of the bones. Or. Blender 4.0 bone groups. Bone collections. The name of the collection will be the same as that of the bone groups. Collection. Do we have a collection here? Okay, so pose itself doesn't have a collection, but the armature does. Docs, Blender, armature. Collections, bone collections, is it this one? Yeah, it must be this one. So what I want to do is, instead of going game rig object pose bone groups, I want to do 4 bone collection in. And then of course I want the... Is it the game rig I want? Duplicate control rig, yeah, I'm pretty sure. In game rig object. Okay, let's do game object dot collections, type bone collections. Game rig object dot collections dot remove bone collection. Fuck it, let's try it. Yeah. Okay, enabled. Okay, let's see if we have a better shot of creating a game rig this time around. Still something. Or? Object has no attribute collections. Okay, so that one might be wrong. So it might have been... So instead of doing object here, I might just want to do it on the game rig itself. I hope. If this doesn't work, I will probably do this off stream. Get this damn add-on to work again. Or actually, it's another issue now. So now we have edit bone object has no attribute layers. Let's see. Maybe they have moved that to armature as well. Who knows? Blender Python edit bone has no attribute layer. Oh, this one is old. Let's see what line it is at. 93. So it's this one. For bone in-game rig edit bones layers. Is equal to true. Read only. Okay, so what do we do? Game rig edit bones. So we still have edit bones, armature edit bones, edit bone. We still have this one. It's layers it doesn't have anymore. Edit bone, layer. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. Let's see, 3.6. Pose, bones. Do we have edit bones? No, we don't. Armature, bones, edit bone, layer. Okay, so this is layers. Layer bone exists in... This is the old way. And edit bone, layer. No, we don't have any layers here anymore. So the question is... Edit bone. In armature here, do we have layers here? We do! But this is just armature layer visibility. This is armature layer. Oh, we don't have layer here at all. Bone collections. So both the armature layers and what do we have? Do I even need to do this anymore? Let's see. Not sure if I like this more. Are we gonna get a crash now? Fuck. Okay, let's see. We do have a game rig here. We do have a game rig here, and it looks to be roughly the same. Let's see, animation character main. Okay. I want to check some other stuff as well. Game rig. Bone collections. No bone collections. This might result in a hell of a lot of issues when I import it to Unity, but let's try it. No errors, at least. So I just want to do, so we generate a lot of new animations when we start this, so I just want to get rid of those. Okay. Oh, let's see. Control rig, generate game rig. What's up, Anderson Kev? How are you doing today? Okay, there we go. Oof. I'm a little bit scared of actually exporting this and including it into my project, but fuck it, let's try. Character mesh 0.2, that's not good. Let's see what it's called in-game. Character mesh. I'm good, just came back from the gym. Nice. Character mesh. Okay. Select hierarchy. File export. Yeah, it's been a while since I updated this one. Let's see, I want to add a new preset here as well. Selected objects. Apply transform, I think. I'm pretty sure it was something else, but geometry, yeah. Armature. Only deform bones, no leaf bones. and bake animations. Let's see. They went pretty good up until the point where I noticed that Blender did a few changes to the underlying data structure of bones. So my add-on for converting a control rig to a game ready rig didn't work, so I had to jump into that. But hopefully it's okay now. Let's see. Okay, the character didn't freak out. That's a good sign. Character rig animation. Do we have sit here? We should be able to get it first. Pose sit. Oh my god, everything seems to work. We have sit here, apply. That's okay, I think. Let's just see if everything works as it did. So it's been a couple of months since I updated this character. Oh yeah. Okay, we get some what is it called? Clipping here between the character body and the pants, but that's okay because we no longer have any blend shapes on the character, but that's okay. Sleep works. Okay, everything works. Nice. Okay, let's see if we can get sit to work as well. Animator. Want to add a bool, sit. Let's add this pose here. Okay. Okay. And to make this work in game, I'm gonna take my stool and I'm gonna add a interactable use. We're gonna add a use transform. About there, I think. Ooh, this sit animation is gonna look a little bit weird, but yeah, we're gonna sit on top of the chair. That's definitely... So maybe use should be down here. Let's see. Sit. And for the character to be able to sit, we need to add an action interaction use. It's gonna have one dependency. Focus, processing, provider, sit. And that should be it, I think. Let's try it. So now we have the option to sit on this one. We don't get the correct animation to play. Why is that? Sit. Nailed it, almost. Let's see. Action type. Sit. Oh no. Actually, let's check. Let's take a look at the animator when we do it. Character. We do sit, but the animation is weird. What's the difference between that one and sleep? Do they not have the same setup? Or does sleep relax? Start 0, end 0. Start 0, end 1. That's a little bit weird, but let's go. 0 and 1. Let's see if it works better that way. Apply. So it's probably a problem with... I might have exported it wrongly, but let's see. Q. Pretty good. Pretty good. We do have... I don't care about the clipping right now. Okay. We have some weird transform. Let's see. Fixed duration, no. Transition, 0. Yes, sir. Ah, nice. Ah, pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Mr. Karoy, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, but that's okay, so that's pretty nice. I wonder though, I'm a little bit worried about the add-on fix I did. I'm a little bit scared that that I'm getting some information into Unity here which I don't really want, but like everything seems to work except for the blend shapes then. So I'm okay with it. And yeah, this sit animation is pretty cool. But so I might want to alter the sit animation so that I might want to add, like, change both the sit animation and the sleep animation in such a way that we need to rotate the character to place him like this on the bed, because right now, as I mentioned previously, the collider is a little bit weird. And like the same goes for the sit animation, so the origo of the character is actually down here below the stool. I wonder if I want to keep it here. Decisions. I don't even know how. This is a pretty good collider. The collider is... It don't really matter, to be honest. But still. Pretty good. Fabic, what's up? Hello, sir. You can easily prevent from sitting on rotated items if you check the item transform up against vector up. If it's some threshold, then allow to sit, sleep. Yeah, that's definitely something we can do. That sounds good. Fuck it, let's do it. Last thing to do today. So interactable use, type public public bool is usable if not used, and something we calculate then. So we need to check so we want to check the up angle of use transform compared to world up, get the angle between them, and if it's above some threshold we set it to false pretty much. So use type, use transform. I want to add additional structure here, but private float disable angle or something like that, or block the rigid body rotations of the object. Yeah, could do that as well, but I love to kick things around, you know. In the actual game later on we're pretty much gonna have static furniture. You will be able to pick it up and move it, but you won't be able to run into it and get it to rotate and stuff like that. Disable angle, so I want to check vector 3 dot angle between use transform dot up and vector 3 up, then right? That's the world. If this one is less than disable angle, right? So if it's not being used and the angle between use transform up and vector 3 up is less than disable angle, then we can utilize it. So then I want to do something like this as well. I might want to check it in here as well, but we're gonna do it in action interaction. If you normalize the difference, you can just check if normalized I guess might want to do that. Let's see here. Is ready to process. I think I want to check this one. Entity provider. Would like is ready to process here. Would like to do something here. Let's see. Entity. Okay, so it's a question. We can do this. Let's see here. So the most basic way to do it would be, we check this one. If interactable use dot is usable, or if it's not, return. So now, even though it's rotated, we will get the option to use it, but we won't be able to, I guess. Oops, I need to set the angle as well. Stool disable angle, I don't know, 45. So we can sit on it now. What about if we do, can I just let's do it like this. Use gravity, no. So now it's, what was the rotation? Stool 31, so I should be able to sit on it. No. Am I missing something? 15? No. One sec. I got this. I got this. Yeah. Am I gonna have to do this again? Nah, we can probably just do... Okay, so the problem why I couldn't sit in it was because it thought it was already being in use. That should be fixed now, however, I hope. Okay, so that works. Let's go ahead and change... No gravity. Let's rotate it by 15. Should still work. Good. So what did I say? 45. 40. $50. Yeah, and now it doesn't work anymore. Beautiful. We do get this, but it should be as easy as doing Wonder if I want to do this. Oh yeah. Oh no. This bothers me a tiny bit though, but I guess I'm gonna do it like this, I think. This is the wrong way to do it anyway, so it would be, let's remove that and do interactable state change event type. Oh, we don't actually use state for interactables as of now, but yeah, public virtual bool is usable get abstract. Or can I do this? True. Like this. And then we have action interactable use is usable. Let's override it. And then in action is ready to process. Action interaction is ready to process. Do we? Here we go. Entity provider. We get the entity in question. Ooh, fuck! Would have loved for it to be interactable. Then we do entity supports action type. So I could do supports action type. So if this one contains the key, so I could either implement it in this one, check usability here, or create an additional function. BCG performance, do you know object-oriented programming in other languages? Java, I suppose. That's where I learned it. And then C++, but I haven't touched any of those two in... I don't even remember the last time I did something in those. Supports action type. Yeah, we're gonna keep this one like this, but I wonder if... or... supports action type. It could... and... fuck it, let's do it like this for now. So... dot is usable. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Or is interactable might be a better word. Whatever. So supports action type. We check if we have it in the dictionary, the interactable in question. If we don't, we just return false. If we do, we check this one. Is it usable? If it is, we return true, otherwise false. So this means that if we rotate this stool enough, we shouldn't even get the option to sit on it right now. And that's probably how it should have been implemented from the start. So we can sit on it here, and let's do stool. I guess we can just do this. And if we hover it now, yes, now we get pickup instead. Wow, that's beautiful. That's fucking great. Wow. So I should be able to come on. This stool, it's like the reverse of a cat. It never lands on its feet. Come on, my man. Bringing the stool up the hill will work. Yeah, let's do it. Oops. Fuck me. Oh. Oops. Ah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Come on, come on. It's cursed indeed. Wish I could jump with it. Don't think I can. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh yeah, yeah. The center of this one is a bit wrong as well. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Or I could just, you know. Thought I would be able to do it this way. Oh well. Nice, and now we can sit on it in again. Beautiful. BCG performance, sorry if I didn't notice. It's kind of hard to learn, in my case, in Lua. I've never touched Lua, or however you pronounce it. So I don't know how it works with object-oriented programming. Pog indeed. Ah, very nice. Okay. Why couldn't I? Oh yeah, I can't sleep on this one now because we haven't set a disabled angle. So now we can just pick it up. Oh well. Can I pick this one up? Oh, beautiful. Let's see. Bed. Here we have the mattress. Interaction use, disable angle 45. But then I also want to do pillow. I want to add entity to this one, I think. And I want to add it to bed as well, I think. Something like this. So this means that now I should be able to pick up the bed and the pillow. I should be able to sleep in this one. That's good. I should be able to pick up the pillow. Nice. Although the pickup animation is what it is. And I should be able to, I don't know how visible it is, but if I hover above the mattress, I can sleep or show info. If I hover above the bed, I can pick up or show information. So let's pick it up. And we got rid of the mattress. I mean, this is a start. Let's go. I really want to do pickup animation or like hold in animation. So either what be by one hand or two hands. So something heavy like this would be two hands. And get that to be implemented correctly with the interaction system. But wow, I'm really starting to enjoy working with this interaction system as well. It's very nice. Okay. Okay. So, unfortunately, that will be it for today. Tomorrow I guess I'm just gonna continue with this. Or I will see how I feel tomorrow. It might be polishing the pickup animation and stuff. That sounds fun, but it might also be the beginning of a inventory system together with the action system. KJ, yeah, yeah, I agree. Story paintings, thank you so much for the follow. Have a good one, you too, Shakes Party. So I just want to say thank you so much for watching today. I will be back tomorrow, so hopefully I will see you then. And have a great rest of the day. Peace.